words which Moses spoke unto all Israel. On this side Jordan in the wilderness, in the plain over against the Red Sea, be Paran and Tophel and Laban and Hazeroth and Dizahab. There are 11 days' journey from Horeb, by the way of Mount Seir unto Kadesh Barnea. And it came to pass in the 40th year, in the 11th month, on the first day of the month, that Moses spoke unto the children of Israel according unto all that the Lord had given him in commandment unto them.
Which dwelt in Heshbon, and Og the king of Bashan, which dwelt at Astaroth in Edrei.
On this side Jordan in the land of Moab began Moses to declare this law, saying,
The Lord our God spoke unto us in Horeb, saying, You have dwelt long enough in this mount.
Turn you and take your journey, and go to the mount of the Amorites, and unto all the places nigh thereunto, in the plain, in the hills, and in the vale, and in the south, and by the seaside, to the land of the Canaanites, and unto Lebanon, unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
Behold, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess the land which the Lord swore unto your fathers Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give unto them and to their seed after them.
And I spoke unto you at that time, saying, I am not able to bear you myself alone.
The Lord your God has multiplied you, and behold, you are this day as the stars of heaven for multitude.
The Lord God of your fathers make you 1,000 times so many more as you are, and bless you as he has promised you.
How can I myself alone bear your cumbrance and your burden and your strife? Take you wise men and understanding and known among your tribes,
And I will make them rulers over you.
And you answered me and said, The thing which you have spoken is good for us to do.
So I took the chief of your tribes, wise men and known, and made them heads over you, captains over thousands and captains. For the judgment is God's, and the cause that is too hard for you.
Bring it unto me, and I will hear it.
And I commanded you at that time all the things which you should do.
departed from Horeb, we went through all that great and terrible wilderness, which you saw by the way of the mountain of the Amorites, as the Lord our God commanded us. And we came to Kadesh Barnea, and I said to you, you are come to the mountain of the Amorites, which the Lord our God gives to us.
Behold, the Lord your God has set the land before you. Go up and possess it, as the Lord God of your fathers has said to you. Fear not, neither be discouraged.
You came near to me, every one of you, and said, we will send men before us, and they shall search us out the land, and bring us word again by what way we must go up,
And into what cities we shall come.
And the saying pleased me well, and I took 12 men of you, one of a tribe. And they turned and went up into the mountain, and came to the valley of Eshcol, and searched it out. And they took of the fruit of the land in their hands, and brought it down to us,
And brought us word again and said,
it is a good land which the Lord our God gives us. Notwithstanding, you would not go up,
but rebelled against the commandment of the Lord your God.
and you murmured in your tents and said,
Because the Lord hated us, he has brought us forth out of the land of Egypt, to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites, to destroy us.
where shall we go up? Our brethren have discouraged our hearts, saying, the people is greater and taller than we. The cities are great and walled up to heaven. And moreover, we have seen the sons of the Anakims there. Then I said to you, dread not, neither be afraid of them.
The Lord your God, which goes before you, he shall fight for you according to all that he did for you in Egypt before your eyes.
And in the wilderness, where you have seen how that the Lord your God bore you, as a man does bear his son,
In all the way that you went till you came into this place.
yet in this thing you did not believe the Lord your God, who went in the way before you.
Search you out a place to pitch your tents in, and fire by night to show you by what way you should go, and in a cloud by day.
And the Lord heard the voice of your words, and was angry and swore, saying, surely there shall not one of these men of this evil generation see that good land which I swore to give to your fathers.
Save Caleb the son of Jephon, he shall see it. And to him will I give the land that he has trodden upon, and to his children, because he has wholly followed the Lord.
Also the Lord was angry with me for your sakes, saying, you also shall not go in there. But Joshua the son of Nun, which stands before you, he shall go in there. Encourage him, for he shall cause Israel to inherit it. More are your little ones, which you said should be a prey, and your children, which in that day had no knowledge between good and evil, they shall go in there, and to them will I give it, and they shall possess it. But as for you, turn you and take your journey into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea.
Then he answered and said to me,
We have sinned against the Lord, we will go up and fight according to all that the Lord our God commanded us. And when you had girded on every man his weapons of war, you were ready to go up into the hill.
and the Lord said to me, say to them, go not up, neither fight, for I am not among you, lest you be smitten before your enemies.
So I spoke to you, and you would not hear, but rebelled against the commandment of the Lord, and went presumptuously up into the hill. And the Amorites which dwelt in that mountain came out against you, and chased you as bees do, and destroyed you in Seir, even to Hormah.
And you returned and wept before the
But the Lord would not hearken to your voice, nor give ear to you. So you abode in Kadesh many days, according to the days that you abode there. Then we turned and took our journey into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea, as the Lord spoke to me.
And we circled Mount Seir many days.
And the Lord spoke to me, saying,
You have circled this mountain long enough, turn you northward.
and command the people, saying, You are to pass through the territory of your brothers, the children of Esau, which dwell in Seir.
And they shall be afraid of you. Take good heed to yourselves, therefore.
Do not meddle with them, for I will not give you of their land, no, not so much as a footbreadth, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau for a possession.
You shall buy food of them for money, that you may eat. And you shall also buy water of them for money, that you may drink.
For the Lord your God has blessed you in all the works of your hand. He knows you're walking through this great wilderness. These 40 years the Lord your God has been with you. You have lacked nothing. And when we passed by from our brothers, the children of Esau, which dwelt in Seir, through the way of the plain, from Eleph and from Ejin-Geber, we turned and passed by the way of the wilderness of Moab. And the Lord said to me, Do not distress the Moabites, neither contend with them in battle, For I will not give you of their land for a possession, because I give it are to the children of Lot for a possession. The Emims dwelt therein in times past, a people
great and many and tall as the Anakim,
which also were accounted giants as the Anakims.
But the Moabites called them Emims. The Horims also dwelt in Seir before time.
But the children of Esau succeeded them when they had destroyed them from before them, and dwelt in their stead as Israel did to the land of his possession, which the Lord gave to them. Now rise up, said I, and get you over the brook, said. And we went over the brook, said. And the space in which we came from Kadesh Barnea
Until we were come over the brook Seir was 38 years, until all the generation of the men of war were perished from among the host, as the Lord swore to them.
For indeed the hand of the Lord was against them to destroy them.
To destroy them from among the host, until they were consumed.
So it came to pass, when all the men of war were consumed and dead from among the people,
that the Lord spoke to me, saying,
you are to pass over through the territory of Moab this day.
and when you come near over against the children of Ammon, do not distress them nor meddle with them, for I will not give you of the land of the children of Ammon any possession, because I have given it to the children of Lot for a possession.
That also was accounted a land of giants,
Giants,
dwelt in it in old time,
and the Ammonites
called them Zamzamim.
and Zamzamim.
A people great and many and tall as the Anakim,
But the Lord destroyed them before them,
and they succeeded them and dwelt in their stead.
as he did to the children of Esau, which dwelt in Seir, when he destroyed the Horites from before them.
And they succeeded them and dwelt in their stead.
Even to this
The
day,
Abites which dwelt in Hazrim, even to Gaza the Captorites which came forth out of Captorites,
destroyed them and dwelt in their stead.
Rise up, take your journey, and pass over the river Arnon. Behold, I have given into your hand Sihon the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and his land. Begin to possess it and contend with him in battle.
This day will I begin to put the dread of you and the fear of you upon the nations that are under the whole heaven, who shall hear report of you and shall tremble and be in anguish because of you.
And I sent messengers out of the wilderness of Kedemoth to Sion, king of Heshbon, with words of peace, saying, let me pass through your land. I will go along by the highway. I will neither turn to the right hand nor to the left.
You shall sell me meat for money that I may eat,
And give me water for money,
that I may drink. I will only pass through on my feet.
As the children of Esau, which dwell in Seir, and the Moabites, which dwell in Ar, did to me, until I shall pass over Jordan into the land which the Lord our God gives us.
But Sihon, king of Heshbon, would not let us pass by him. For the Lord your God hardened his spirit and made his heart obstinate, that he might deliver him into your hand as it appears this day.
And the Lord said to me, behold, I have begun to give Sion and his land before you begin to possess, that you may inherit his land.
Then Sion came out against us, he and all his people, to fight at Jahaz.
And the Lord our God delivered for us, and we struck him and his sons and all his people.
And we took all the cities at that time, and utterly destroyed the men and the women and the little ones of every city. We left none to remain.
only the cattle we took for a prey to ourselves, and the spoil of the cities which we took,
From Aroer, which is by the brink of the river of Arnon,
and from the city that is by the river.
Even to Gilead there was not one city too strong. For us the Lord our God delivered all to us.
Only to the land of the children of Ammon you came not, nor to any place of the river Jabbok, nor to the cities in the mountains, nor to whatever the Lord our God forbade us. Our God forbade us.
And went up the way to Bashan and Og. The king of Bashan came out against us, he and all his people, to battle at Edrei.
And the Lord said to me, do not fear him, for I will deliver him,
And all his people and his land into your hand, and you shall do to him
as you did to Sihon, king
Of the Amorites which dwelt at Heshbon.
So the Lord our God delivered into our hands Og, also the king of Bashan,
and all his people, and we struck him until none was left to him remaining.
And we took all his cities at that time. There was not a city which we took not from them, 60 cities, all the region of Argob, the kingdom of Og.
In Bashan,
All these cities were fortified with high walls, gates, and bars, besides unwalled towns, a great many.
and we utterly destroyed them as we did to Sihon, king of Heshbon, utterly destroying the men and women of every city.
But all the cattle and the spoil of the cities we took for a plunder to ourselves, and we took at that time out of the hand of the two kings of the Amorites the land that was on this side Jordan, from the river of Arnon to Mount Hermon.
Which Hermon the Sidonians call Syria,
And the Amorites call it Shener.
All the cities of the plain and all Gilead and all Bashan to Salcan and great cities of the kingdom of Og in Bashan.
For only, O king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of giants. Behold, his bed was a bed of iron. Is it not in Rabbath of the children of Ammon?
9 cubits was the length thereof, and 4 cubits of a man. And this land which we possessed at that time from Arur, which is by the river Arnon, and half Mount Gilead and the cities thereof, I gave to the Reubenites and to the Gadites,
And to the Gadites,
and to the Gadites.
and the rest of Gilead and all Bashan, being the kingdom of Og, I gave to the half-tribe of Manasseh, all the region of Argob with all Bashan,
which was called the land of giants.
Jair the son of Manasseh took all the country of Argob to the coasts of Geshuri and Makkathi, and called them after his own name.
Bashan Havajer to this day.
And I gave Gilead to Machir,
And to the Reubenites and to the Gadites I gave from Gilead even to the river Arnon half the valley, and the border even to the river Jabbok, which is the border of the children of Ammon.
The plain also and Jordan, and the coast thereof from Chinnereth even to the sea of the plain, even the salt sea under Ashdod, Pisgah eastward.
And I commanded you at that time, saying, the Lord your God has given you this land to possess it. You shall pass over armed before your brothers, the children of Israel, all that are meet for the war.
But your wives and your little ones and your cattle, for I know that you have much cattle, shall abide in your cities, which I have given you,
until the Lord has given rest to your brothers, as well as to you, and until they also possess the land which the Lord your God has given them beyond Jordan. And then shall you return every man to his possession,
On which I have given you.
And I commanded Joshua at that time, saying, your eyes have seen all that the Lord your God has done to these 2 kings.
so shall the Lord do to all the kingdoms where you pass.
You shall not fear them, for the Lord your God, he shall fight for you.
And I pleaded with the Lord at that time, saying,
Lord God, you have begun
To show your servant your greatness and your mighty hand, for God is there in heaven,
or in earth that can do according to your works and according to your might.
I pray you let me go over and see
The good land that is beyond Jordan, that goodly mountain and Lebanon.
But the Lord was angry with me,
For your sakes and would not hear me. And the Lord said to me, let it suffice you.
speak no more to me of this matter.
Go up into the top of Pisgah,
and lift up your eyes westward and northward and southward and eastward, and behold it with your eyes, for you shall not go over this Jordan.
But touch Joshua and encourage him and strengthen him, for he shall go over before this people, and he shall cause them to inherit the land which you shall see.
So we stayed in the valley over against Beth Peor.
Now therefore listen, O Israel, to the statutes and to the judgments which I teach you for to do them, that you may live and go in and possess the land which the Lord God of your fathers gives you.
You shall not add to the word which I command you, neither shall you take away from it, that you may keep the commandments of the Lord your God which I command you.
Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal-peor. For all the men that followed Baal-peor, the Lord your God has destroyed them from among you.
but you that held fast to the Lord your God are alive, every one of you this day.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me that you should do. So in the land where you go to possess it,
Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say,
Surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people.
for what nation is there so great who has God so near to them, as the Lord our God is in all things that we call upon him for?
And what nation is there so great that has statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law which I set before you this day?
Only take heed to yourself and keep your soul diligently, lest you forget the things which your eyes have seen, and lest they depart from your heart all the days of your life. But teach them your sons and your sons' sons.
Especially the day that you stood before the Lord your God in Horeb, when the Lord said to me, gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they shall live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children.
And you came near and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire to the midst of heaven with darkness clouds and thick darkness.
And the Lord spoke to you out of the midst midst of the fire you heard the voice of the words, but saw no form, only you heard a voice. And he declared to you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments, and he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone.
Take therefore good heed to yourselves, for you saw no form on the day that the Lord spoke to you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire.
Lest you corrupt yourselves and make you a carved image, the form of any figure, the likeness of male or female,
The likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flies in the air,
the likeness of anything that creeps on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth.
Unless you lift up your eyes to heaven, and when you see the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the host of heaven,
You should be driven to worship them,
and serve them, which the Lord your God has divided to all nations
under the whole heaven.
But the Lord has taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be to him a people of inheritance, as you are this day.
Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me for your sakes, and swore that I should not go over Jordan, and that I should not go into that good land, which the Lord your God gives you for an inheritance.
But I must die in this land, I must not go over Jordan, but you shall go over and possess that good land.
Take heed to yourselves, lest you forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make you a carved image
Or the likeness of anything which the Lord your God has forbidden you.
For the Lord your God is a consuming fire, even a jealous God.
When you shall beget children and children's children, and you shall have remained long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves and make a carved image or the likeness of anything, and shall do evil in the sight of the Lord your God, to provoke him to anger.
I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that you shall soon utterly perish from off the land where you go over Jordan to possess it. You shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall utterly be destroyed.
Then the Lord shall scatter you among the nations, and you shall be left few in number among the nations where the Lord shall lead you.
And there you shall serve gods, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see nor hear, nor eat nor smell.
But if from there you shall seek the Lord your God, you shall find him if you seek him with all your heart.
things are come upon you, even in the latter days, if you turn to the Lord your God, and shall be obedient to his voice.
For the Lord your God is a merciful God. He will not forsake you, neither destroy you, nor forget the covenant of your fathers, which he swore to them.
For ask now of the days that are past, which were before you, since the day that God created man upon the earth, and ask from the one side of heaven to the other, whether there has been any such thing as this great thing is, or has been heard like it.
Did ever people hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as you have heard and lived? Or has God tried to go and take him a nation from the midst of another nation by temptations, by signs and by wonders, and by war and by a mighty hand, and by a stretched out arm, and by great terrors, according to all that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes?
To you it was shown that you might know that the Lord, he is God, there is no one else beside him. Out of heaven he made you to hear his voice, that he might instruct you, and upon earth he showed you his great fire. And because he loved your fathers, therefore he chose their descendants after them,
and brought you out in his sight with his mighty power out of Egypt, to drive out nations from before you, greater and mightier than you are,
to bring you in to give you their land for an inheritance, as it is this day.
Know therefore this day, and consider it in your hearts, that the Lord he is God in heaven above, and upon the earth beneath there is no one else. You shall keep therefore his statutes and his commandments, which I command you this day, that it may go well with you,
and with your children after you, and that you may prolong your days upon the earth, which the Lord your God gives you forever.
Then Moses separated 3 cities on this side Jordan toward the sun rising,
that the slayer might flee there, which should kill his neighbor unintentionally, and hated him not in times past, and that fleeing to one of these cities he might live,
namely Bezer in the wilderness, in the plain country, for the Reubenites, and Ramoth in Gilead, for the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan, for the Manasseh.
and this is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Moses spoke to the children of Israel after they came forth out of Egypt.
on this side Jordan, in the valley, over against Beth Beer, in the land of Sihon king of the Amorites, who dwelt at Heshbon, whom Moses and the children of Israel,
After they were come forth out of Egypt,
and they possessed his land, and the land from Ara, which is by the bank of the river Arnon, even to Mount Sion, which is Hermon.
And all the plain on this side Jordan eastward, even to the sea of the plain,
under the slopes of Pisgah.
And Moses called all Israel and said to them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and judgments which I speak in your ears this day, that you may learn them and keep and do them.
The Lord our God made a covenant with us in Horeb.
The Lord made not this covenant with our fathers, but with us, even us, who are all of us here alive this day.
the Lord talked with you face to face in the mount out of the midst of the fire.
I stood between the Lord and you at that time to show you the word of the Lord, for you were afraid by reason of the fire and went not up into the mount, saying,
I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage. You shall have no other gods before me.
You shall not make you any carved image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters beneath the earth. You shall not bow down yourself to them, nor serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
And showing mercy to thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain.
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that takes his name in vain. Keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it, as the Lord your God has commanded you.
6 days you shall labor and do all your work.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord your God. In it you shall not do any work, you, nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your manservant, nor your maidservant, nor your ox, nor your donkey, nor any of your cattle, nor your stranger that is within your gates, that your manservant and your maidservant may rest as well as you.
And remember that you were a servant in the land of Egypt, and that the Lord your God brought you out from there through a mighty hand and by a stretched out arm. Therefore the Lord your God commanded you to keep the Sabbath day.
father and your mother as the Lord your God has commanded you, that your days may be prolonged and that it may go well with you in the land which the Lord your God gives you.
You shall not kill.
Neither shall you commit adultery, neither shall you steal.
Neither shall you bear false witness against your neighbor.
Neither shall you desire your neighbor's wife, neither shall you covet your neighbor's house, his field or his manservant, or his maidservant, his ox or his donkey, or anything that is your neighbor.
These words the Lord spoke to all your assembly in the mount, out of the midst of the fire of the cloud and of the thick darkness, with a great voice, and he added no more.
And he wrote them in 2 tables of stone and delivered them to me. And it came to pass when you heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, for the mountain did burn with fire, that you came near to me, even all the heads of your tribes and your elders. And you said, behold, the Lord our God has shown us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have seen this day that God talks with man and he lives. Now therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us if we hear the voice of the Lord our God any more, then we shall die.
For who is there of all flesh that has heard the voice of the living God speaking out of the midst of the fire as we have and lived?
You go near and hear all that the Lord our God shall say,
And speak to us all that the Lord our God shall speak to you, and we will hear it and do it.
And the Lord heard the voice of your words when you spoke to me. And the Lord said to me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people which they have spoken to you.
They have well said all that they have spoken.
Oh, that there was such a heart in them, that they would fear me and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them and with their children forever.
Say to them,
Get you into your tents again, but as for you, stand here by me, and I will speak to you all the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which you shall teach them, that they may do them in the land which I give them to possess it.
you shall observe to do, therefore, as the Lord your God has commanded you. You shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. You shall walk in all the ways which the Lord your God has commanded you, that you may live and that it may be well with you.
And that you may prolong your days in the land which you shall possess. Now these are the commandments, the statutes and the judgments which the Lord your God commanded to teach you, that you might do them in the land where you go to possess it.
that you might fear the Lord your God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments which I command you, you and your son and your son's son, all the days of your life, and that your days may be prolonged.
Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with you, and that you may increase mightily, as the Lord God of your fathers has promised you, in the land that flows with milk and honey.
Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is
these words which I command you, this day shall be in your heart.
And you shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up.
And you shall bind them for a sign upon your hand,
And they shall be as frontlets between your eyes.
and you shall write them upon the posts of your house.
and on your gates.
And it shall be when the Lord your God shall have brought you into the land which he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give you great and goodly cities which you did not build,
And houses full of all good things which you did not fill, and wells dug which you did not dig, vineyards and olive trees which you did not plant, when you shall have eaten and be full.
Then beware lest you forget the Lord which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt. From the house of bondage you shall fear the Lord your God, and serve him, and shall swear by his name.
You shall not go after other gods of the people which are around you.
For the Lord your God is a jealous God among you, lest the anger of the Lord your God be kindled against you, and destroy you from off the face of the earth.
La 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 la, 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 la la
Shall not tempt the Lord your God as you tempted him in Massah.
You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God, and his testimonies and his statutes which he has commanded you.
And you shall do that which is right and good in the sight of the Lord, that it may be well with you, and that you may go in and possess the good land which the Lord swore to your fathers, to cast out all your enemies from before you, as the Lord has spoken. And when your son asks you in time to come, saying,
what mean the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which the Lord our God has commanded you?
Then you shall say to your son, we were Pharaoh's slaves in Egypt, and the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand.
And the Lord showed signs and wonders, great and sore, upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, all his household, before our eyes.
And he brought us out from there, that he might bring us in, to give us the land which he swore to our fathers.
And the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God for our good always, that he might preserve us alive as it is at this day.
And it shall be our righteousness
for the Lord our God, as He has commanded us. Huddy, 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 huddy. Huddy, 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 huddy. Huddy, 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 huddy. Huddy, huddy, huddy. Huddy, huddy, huddy.
When the Lord your God shall bring you into the land where you go to possess it, and has cast out many nations before you, the Hittites and the Girgashites, and the Amorites and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than you.
And when the Lord your God shall deliver them before you, you shall strike them and utterly destroy them. You shall make no covenant with them, nor show mercy to them.
Neither shall you make marriages with them, your daughter
You shall not give to his son nor his daughter,
shall you take to your son,
for they will turn away your son from following me.
that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you,
And destroy you suddenly.
but thus
Shall you deal with them? You shall destroy their altars.
and break down their images, and cut down their groves,
And burn their carved images with fire.
for you are a holy people to the Lord your God.
The Lord your God
Has chosen you to be a special people to himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth. The Lord did not set his love upon you,
nor choose you,
because you were more in number than any people, for you were the fewest of all people.
but because the Lord loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he had sworn to your fathers, has the Lord brought you out with a mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen, from the hand of Pharaoh king of Egypt.
Know therefore that the Lord your God, he is God,
The faithful God,
which keeps covenant and mercy with them that love him,
and keep his commandments
to 1,000 generations, and repays them that hate him to their face.
to destroy them.
He will not be slack to him that hates him.
He'll repay him to his face.
You shall therefore keep the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which I command you this day to do them. you listen to these judgments, and keep and do them, that the Lord your God shall keep to you the covenant and the mercy which he swore to your fathers.
And he will love you and bless you and multiply you. He will also bless the fruit of your womb,
And the fruit of your land, your grain and your wine and your oil, the increase of your cattle, and the flocks of your sheep in the land.
which he swore to your fathers to give you.
You shall be blessed above all people. There shall not be male or female barren among you,
Or among your cattle.
and the Lord will take away from you all sickness, and will put none of the evil diseases of Egypt which you know upon you, but will lay them upon all them that hate you. And you shall consume all the people which the Lord your God shall deliver you. Your eyes shall have no pity upon them, neither shall you serve their gods, for that will be a snare to you. If you shall say in your heart,
These nations are more than I.
how can I dispossess them? You shall not be afraid of them, but shall well remember what the Lord your God did to Pharaoh,
And to all Egypt,
the great temptations which your eyes saw, and the signs and the wonders and the mighty hand, and the stretched out arm whereby the Lord your God brought you out. So shall the Lord your God do.
all the people of whom you are afraid.
Moreover, the Lord your God will send the hornet among them, until they that are left and hide themselves from you be destroyed.
You shall not be afraid at them.
For the Lord your God is among you, a mighty God.
And terrible.
And the Lord your God will put out those nations before you little by little. You may not consume them at once,
Lest the beasts of the field increase upon you.
but the Lord your God shall deliver them to you, and shall destroy them with a mighty destruction.
Until they be destroyed.
And he shall deliver their kings into your hand, and you shall destroy their name from under heaven. There shall no man be able to stand before you.
Until you have destroyed them.
The carved images of their gods shall you burn with
You
fire.
shall not desire her.
The silver or gold that is on them, nor take it to you.
Lest you be snared her.
Therein for it is an abomination to the Lord your God. Neither shall you bring an abomination into your house,
Lest you be a cursed thing like it.
but you shall utterly detest it, and you shall utterly abhor it, for it is a cursed thing. Commandments which I command you this day shall you observe to do, that you may live and multiply, and go in and possess the land which the Lord swore to your fathers.
And you shall remember all the way which the Lord your God led you these 40 years in the wilderness, to humble you and to prove you to know what was in your heart, whether you would keep his commandments or no.
And he humbled you and suffered you to hunger and fed you with manna, which you did not know, neither did your fathers know.
That he might make you know that man does not live by bread,
Man does not live by bread,
only but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of the Lord does man live.
Your raiment did not grow old upon you, neither did your foot swell these 40 years.
you shall also consider in your heart that as a man disciplines his son,
So the Lord your God disciplines you.
Therefore, you shall keep the commandments of the Lord your God, to walk in his ways and to fear him.
For the Lord your God brings you into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains and depths that spring out of valleys and hills.
A land of wheat and barley and vines and fig trees
and pomegranates, a land of oil, olive and honey, a land wherein you shall eat bread without scarceness, you shall not lack anything in it.
A land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills you may dig brass. When you have eaten and are full, then you shall bless the Lord your God for the good land which he has given you.
Beware that you do not forget the Lord your God in not keeping his commandments and his judgments and his statutes, which I command you this day.
Lest when you have eaten and are full and have built goodly houses and dwell therein,
And when your herds and your flocks multiply, and your silver and your gold is multiplied, and all that you have is multiplied.
then your heart be lifted up, and you forget the Lord your God, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage, who led you through that great and terrible wilderness, wherein were fiery serpents and scorpions, and drought where there was no water, who brought you forth water out of the rock of flint.
Who fed you in the wilderness with manna, which your fathers knew not, that he might humble you, and that he might prove you to do you good at your latter end.
Just say in your heart, my power and the might of mine hand has gotten me this wealth.
But you shall remember the Lord your God, for it is he that gives you power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant, which he swore to your fathers as it is this day.
And it shall be, if you do at all forget the Lord your God, and walk after other gods, and serve them and worship them, I testify against you this day that you shall surely perish, as the nations which the Lord destroys before your face.
So shall you Israel, you are to pass over Jordan this day to go into possess nations.
Greater and mightier than yourself cities, great and fortified up to heaven.
A people great and tall, the children of the Anakims, whom you know, and of whom you have heard say, who can stand before the children of Anak?
Understand therefore this day that the Lord your God is He,
Which goes over before you as a consuming fire.
He shall destroy them.
And he shall bring them down before your face. So shall you drive them out and destroy them quickly, as the Lord has said unto you. Speak not you in your heart after that the Lord your God has cast them out from before you, saying,
For my righteousness the Lord has brought me in to possess this land, but for the wickedness of these nations the Lord does drive them out from before you. Not for your righteousness or for the uprightness of your heart do you go to possess their land,
but for the wickedness of these nations, the Lord your God does drive them out from before you. And that he may perform the word which the Lord swore unto your fathers Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Understand therefore that the Lord your God gives you not this good land to possess it for your righteousness, for you are a stiff-necked people. Remember and forget not how you provoked
your God to wrath.
in the wilderness from the day that you did depart out of the land of Egypt until you came to this place. You have been rebellious against the Lord. Also in Horeb you provoked the Lord to wrath, so that the Lord was angry with you to have destroyed you.
When I was gone up into the mount to receive the tables of stone, even the tables of the covenant
Which the Lord made with you.
Then I stayed in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. I neither ate bread nor drank water.
And the Lord to me 2 tables of stone written with the finger of God, and on them was written according to all the words which the Lord spoke with you in the mount out of the midst of the fire in the day of the assembly. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days and 40 nights that the Lord gave me the 2 tables of stone, even the tables of the covenant.
And the Lord said to me, Arise, get you down quickly from here, for your people,
which you have brought forth out of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. They are quickly turned aside out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten image. Furthermore, the Lord spoke to me, saying, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Let me alone, that I may destroy them, and blot out their name from under heaven.
And I will make of you a nation, mightier and greater than they.
So I turned and came down from the mount,
And the mount burned with fire, and the two tables of the covenant
were in my two
and at Popera, and at Massa, and at Kibroth-Hattava, you provoked the Lord to wrath.
Likewise, when the Lord sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, Go up and possess the land which I have given you, then you rebelled against the commandment of the Lord your God, and you believed him not, nor listened to his voice.
You have been rebellious against the Lord from the day that I knew you.
Thus I fell down before the Lord 40 days and 40 nights, as I fell down at the first, because the Lord had said he would destroy you.
I prayed therefore to the Lord and said,
O Lord God, destroy not your people and your inheritance, which you have redeemed through your greatness, which you have brought forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand.
remember your servants Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Look not to the stubbornness of this people, nor to their wickedness, nor to their sin.
Lest the land from where you brought us out say, because the Lord was not able to bring them into the land which he promised them, and because he hated them,
He has brought them out to slay them in the wilderness. Yet they are your people and your inheritance, which you brought out by your mighty power and by your stretched out arm.
At that time the Lord said to me, cut for yourself 2 tables of stone, like the first, and come up to me into the mount, and make an ark of wood.
and I will write on the tables the words that were in the first tables which you broke, and you shall put them in the ark.
And I made an ark of acacia wood, and cut
2 tables of stone,
like the first and went up into the mount, having the 2 tables in my hand.
And he wrote on the tables according to the first writing the 10 commandments which the Lord spoke to you in the mount out of the midst of the fire in the day of the assembly, and the Lord gave them to me.
And I turned myself and came down from the mount and put the tables in the ark which I had made, and there they be as the Lord commanded me.
And the children of Israel took their journey from Beeroth of the children of Jacob to Mosera.
There Aaron died, and there he was buried, and Eleazar, his son, ministered in the priest's office in his stead.
From there they journeyed to Gudgoda,
And from Gudgoda to Joppa, the land of rivers of water.
At that time the Lord separated the tribe of Levi to bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord, to stand before the Lord, to minister to him, and to bless in his name to this day.
Therefore Levi has no part nor inheritance with his brothers. The Lord is his inheritance, according as the Lord your God promised him.
And I stayed in the mount according to the first time, 40 days and 40 nights, and the Lord listened to me at that time also.
And the Lord would not destroy you.
And the Lord said to me, Arise, take your journey before the people, that they may go in and possess the land, which I swore to their fathers to give to them. And now, Israel, what does the Lord your God require of you but to fear the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul,
To keep the commandments of the Lord and his statutes which I command you this day for your good.
behold the heaven, and the heaven of heavens is the Lord your God, the earth also with all that therein is.
Only the Lord had a delight in your fathers to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you above all people, as it is this day.
Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked.
For the Lord your God is God of gods and Lord of lords, a great God,
A mighty and a terrible, which regards not persons nor takes reward.
he does execute the judgment of the fatherless and widow, and loves the stranger, in giving him food and clothing.
Love you therefore the stranger, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt.
70 persons. And now the Lord your God has made you as the stars of heaven for multitude.
Therefore you shall love the Lord your God, and keep his charge and his statutes, and his judgments and his commandments always. And know you this day, for I speak not with your children, who have not known and who have not seen the chastisement of the Lord your God, his greatness, his mighty hand, and his stretched out arm,
and his miracles and his acts which he did in the midst of Egypt to Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, and to all his land.
and what he did to the army of Egypt, to their horses and to their chariots, how he made the water of the Red Sea to overflow them as they pursued after you, and how the Lord has destroyed them to this day.
And what he did to you in the wilderness until you came into this place.
And what he did to Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, the son of Reuben, how the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up, and their households and their tents, and every living thing that was in their possession, in the midst of all Israel.
But your eyes have seen all the great acts of the Lord, which he did.
Therefore shall you keep all the commandments which I command you this day, that you may be strong and go in and possess the land where you go to possess it,
And that you may prolong your days in the land which the Lord swore to your fathers to give to them and to their seed, a land that flows with milk and honey.
For the land where you go in to possess it is not as the land of Egypt, from where you came out, where you sowed your seed and watered it with your foot as a garden of herbs.
But the land where you go to possess it is a land of hills and valleys, and drinks water of the rain of heaven.
A land which the Lord your God cares, for the eyes of the Lord your God are always upon it, from the beginning of the year even to the end of the year.
And it shall come to pass, if you shall listen diligently to my commandments, which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God,
and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul.
that I will give you the rain of your land in due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that you may gather in your corn and your wine and your oil.
And I will send grass in your fields for your cattle, that you may eat and be full.
Take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived, and you turn aside and serve other gods and worship them.
And then the Lord's wrath be kindled against you, and he shut up the heaven that there be no rain.
And that the land yield not her fruit, unless you perish quickly from off the good land which the Lord gives you.
Therefore you shall lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes.
And you shall teach them your children, speaking of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, when you lie down, and when you rise up.
And you shall write them upon the doorposts of your house and upon your gates, that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children in the land, which the Lord swore to your fathers to give them as the days of heaven upon the earth. For if you shall diligently keep all these commandments, which I command you to do them, to love the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways, and to cleave to him,
Then will the Lord drive out all these nations from before you.
and you shall possess greater nations and mightier than yourself.
Every place whereon the soles of your feet shall tread shall be yours from the wilderness.
And Lebanon from the river Euphrates, even to the uttermost sea shall your coast be. There shall no man be able to stand before you, for the Lord your God shall lay the fear of you and the dread of you upon all the land that you shall tread upon, as he has said to you.
Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse.
A blessing if you obey the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you this day.
And a curse if you will not obey the commandments of the Lord your God, but turn aside out of the way,
Which I command you this day to go after other gods, which you have not known.
And it shall come to pass, when the Lord your God has brought you into the land where you go to possess it, that you shall put the blessing upon Mount Gerizim and the curse upon Mount Ebal.
Are they not on the other side Jordan, by the way where the sun goes down, in the land of the Canaanites, which dwell in the desert over against Gilgal, beside the plains of Moab?
For you shall pass over Jordan to go in,
To possess the land which the Lord your God gives you, and you shall possess it and dwell therein.
and you shall observe to do all the statutes and judgments
Which I set before you this day.
These are the statutes and judgments which you shall observe to do in the land which the Lord God of your fathers gives you to possess it all, the days that you live upon the earth. You shall utterly destroy all the places where the nations which you shall possess serve their gods, upon the high mountains and upon the hills and under every green tree.
And you shall overthrow their altars and break their pillars and burn their groves with fire. And you shall hew down the graven images of their gods and destroy the names of them out of that place.
You shall not do so, but to the place which the Lord your God shall shall you seek, and there you shall come.
And there you shall bring your burnt offerings, and your sacrifices, and your tithes, and heave offerings of your hand, and your vows, and your free will offerings, and the firstlings of your herds and of your flocks.
And there you shall eat before the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice in all that you put your hand to, you and your households wherein the Lord your God has blessed you.
You shall not do after all the things that we do here.
This day every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes,
For you are not as yet come to the rest,
and to the inheritance which the Lord your God gives you.
But when you go over Jordan and dwell in the land which the Lord your God gives you to inherit,
And when he gives you rest from all your enemies round about, so that you dwell in safety, then there shall be a place which the Lord your God shall choose to cause his name to dwell.
there shall you bring all that I command you. Your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes and the heave offering of your hand, and all your choice vows which you vow to the Lord.
And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God.
You and your sons and your daughters and your menservants and your maidservants and the Levite that is within your gates, for as much as he has no part nor inheritance with you.
Take heed to yourself that you offer not your burnt offerings in every place that you see,
But in the place which the Lord shall choose.
In one of your tribes, there you shall offer your burnt offerings, and there you shall do all that I command you.
Notwithstanding, you may kill and eat meat in all your towns, whatever your soul desire, according to the blessing of the Lord your God, which he has given you. The unclean and the clean may eat their roof,
As of the gazelle and as of the deer.
Only you shall not eat the blood, you shall pour it upon the earth as water.
you may not eat within your towns the tithe of your corn or of your wine or of your oil or the firstlings of your herds or of your flock, nor any of your vows which you vow,
Nor your free will
in all that you put your hands to.
Take heed to yourself that you forsake
Not the Levite as long as you live upon the earth. When the Lord your God shall enlarge your border as he has promised you, and you shall say, I will eat meat, because your soul longs to eat meat. You may eat meat, whatever your soul desires.
If the place which the Lord your God has chosen to put his name there be too far from you, then you shall kill of your herd and of your flock which the Lord has given you, as I have commanded you. And you shall eat in your gates whatever your soul desires. Even as the gazelle and the deer is eaten, so you shall eat them. The unclean and the clean shall eat of them alike. Only be sure that you eat not the blood, for the blood is the life, and you may not eat the life with the meat.
You shall not eat it.
You shall pour it upon the earth as water.
You shall not eat it,
that it may go well with you and with your children after you, when you shall do that which is right in the sight of the Lord.
Only your holy things which you have in your vows you shall take, and go to the place which the Lord shall choose. And you shall offer your burnt offerings, the meat and the blood, upon the altar of the Lord your God. And the blood of your sacrifices shall be poured out upon the altar of the Lord your God, and you shall eat the meat.
Observe and hear all these words which I command you,
that it may go well with you,
and you succeed them and dwell in their land.
Do to yourself that you be not snared by a follower, after they be destroyed
from before you, and that you inquire not after their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods? Even so will I do likewise.
You shall not do so to the Lord your God, for every abomination to the Lord which he hates have they done to their gods, for even their sons and their daughters they have burnt in the fire
to their gods. Whatever thing I command you, observe to do it. You shall not add thereto, nor diminish from it.
If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and gives you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder come to pass whereof he spoke to you, saying, let us go after other gods which you have not known, and let us serve them.
You shall not listen to the words of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams, for the Lord your God proves you to know whether you love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul.
You shall walk after the Lord your God and fear Him, and keep His commandments, and obey His voice, and you shall serve Him and cleave to Him.
And that prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death, because he has spoken to turn you away from the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, to thrust you out of the way which the Lord your God commanded you to walk in. So shall you put the evil away from the midst of you.
If your brother, the son of your mother, or your son or your daughter, or the wife of your bosom, or your friend which is as your own soul, entice you secretly, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which you have not known, you nor your father, namely of the gods of the people which are round about you, near to you, or far off from you, from the one end of the earth even to the other end of the earth.
You shall not consent to him, nor listen to him, neither shall your eye pity him, neither shall you spare, neither shall you conceal him.
But you shall surely kill him, your hand shall be first upon him, to put him to death, and afterwards the hand of all the people.
And you shall stone him with stones that he die, because he has sought to thrust you away from the Lord your God, which brought you
Out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage.
And all Israel shall hear and fear, and shall do no more any such wickedness as this is among you.
If you shall hear say in one of your cities, which the Lord your God has given you to dwell there, saying,
Certain men, the children of Belial, are gone out from among you,
and have withdrawn the inhabitants of their city, saying, let us go and serve other gods which you have not known.
then shall you inquire and make search and ask diligently, and behold, if it be truth and the thing certain, that such abomination is wrought among you.
You shall surely strike the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, destroying it utterly, and all that is therein, and the cattle thereof with the edge of the sword.
And you shall gather all the spoil of it into the midst of the street thereof, and shall burn with fire the city.
And all the spoil thereof, every whit for the Lord your God, and it shall be a heap forever, it shall not be built again.
And there shall cleave nothing of the cursed thing to your hand, that the Lord may turn from the fierceness of his anger,
and show you mercy, and have compassion upon you, and multiply you, as he has sworn to your fathers.
when you shall listen
are the children of the Lord your God. You shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead.
For you are a holy people to the Lord your God, and the Lord has chosen you to be a peculiar people to himself above all the nations that are upon the earth.
You shall not eat any abominable thing. These are the beasts which you shall eat: the ox, the sheep, and the goat, the deer and the gazelle, and the roebuck and the wild goat, and the pygarg and the wild ox, and the hammer,
and every beast that parts the hoof and cleaves the cleft into two claws, and chews the cud among the beasts.
Nevertheless, these you shall not eat: of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the cloven hoof, as the camel and the hare and the rock badger. For they chew the cud, but divide not the hoof, therefore they are unclean to you.
And the swine, because it divides the hoof yet chews not the cud, it is unclean to you. You shall not eat of their meat, nor touch their dead carcass. These you shall eat of all that are in the waters. All that have fins and scales shall you eat, and whatever has not fins and scales you may not eat, it is unclean to you.
Of all clean birds
You shall eat.
but these are they of which you shall not eat: the eagle, and the ossifrage, and the osprey, and the glady, and the kite, and the vulture after his kind,
And every raven after his kind, and the owl and the nighthawk, and the cuckoo and the hawk after his kind, the little owl and the great owl, and the swan,
and the pelican, and the gear-eagle, and the cormorant, and the stork, and the heron after their kind, and the lapwing, and the bat.
And everything that flies is unclean to you. They shall not be eaten.
But of all clean fowls you may eat. You shall not eat of anything that dies of itself. You shall give it to the stranger that is in your gates.
That he may eat it, or you may sell it to an alien, for you
Are a holy people to the
Lord your God.
You shall not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. You shall truly tithe all the increase of your seed that the field brings forth year by year.
And you shall eat before the Lord your God in the place which he shall choose to place his name there. The tithe of your grain, of your wine,
and of your oil, and the firstlings of your herds and of your flocks, that you may learn to fear the Lord your God always.
And if the way be too long for you, so that you are not able to carry it, or if the place be too far from you, which the Lord your God shall choose to set his name there, when the Lord your God has blessed you, then shall you turn it into money and bind up the money in your hand, and shall go to the place which the Lord your God shall choose.
And you shall bestow that money for whatever your soul desires, for oxen or for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatever your soul desires. And you shall eat there before the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice, you
And your household, and the Levite that is within your gates. You shall not forsake him, for he has no part nor inheritance with you.
At the end of 3 years you shall bring forth all the tithe of your increase the same year, and shall lay it up within your gates.
And the Levite, because he has no part nor inheritance with you, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, which are within your gates,
Shall come and shall eat and be satisfied, that the Lord your God may bless you in all the work of your hand which you do. At the end of every 7 years you shall make a release, and this is the manner of the release. Every creditor that lends anything to his neighbor shall release it. He shall not exact it of his neighbor or of his brother, because it is called the Lord's release. Of a foreigner you may exact it again, but that which is yours with your brother, your hand shall release. Save when there shall be no poor among you, for the Lord shall greatly bless you in the land which the Lord your God gives you for an inheritance to possess it.
Only if you carefully listen to the voice of the Lord your God, to observe to do all these commandments which I command you this day.
For the Lord your God blesses you as he promised you, and you shall lend to many nations, but you shall not borrow, and you shall reign over many nations, but they shall not reign over you.
If there be among you a poor man of one of your brothers within any of your gates in your land which the Lord your God gives you, you shall not harden your heart, nor shut your hand from your poor brother.
But you shall open your hand wide to him, and shall surely lend him sufficient for his need. In that which he lacks, beware that there be not a thorn in your wicked hand. Saying your 7th year, the year of release is at hand. Beware that there be not a thought in your wicked heart, saying the 7th year, the year of release is at hand. And your eye be evil against your poor brother, and you give him nothing, and he cry to the Lord against you, and it be sin to you, you shall surely give him, and your heart shall not be grieved when you give to him, because that for this thing the Lord your God shall bless you in all your works and in all that you put your hand to.
For the poor shall never cease out of the land. Therefore I command you, saying, you shall open your hand wide to your
Brother, to your poor and to your needy in your land. To your band. If your brother, a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, be sold to you and serve you 6 years, then in the 7th year you shall let him go free from you.
And when you send him out free from you, you shall not let him go away empty.
You shall furnish him liberally out of your flock, and out of your floor, and out of your winepress, of that wherewith the Lord your God has blessed you, you shall give to him. And you shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you. Therefore I command you this thing today.
And it shall be, if he say to you, I will not go away from you, because he loves you,
and your house, because he is well with you.
Then you shall take an awl and thrust it through his ear to the door, and he shall be your servant forever, and also to your maidservant you
shall do likewise.
It shall not seem hard to you when you send him away free from you, for he has been worth a double hired servant to you in serving you.
6 years, and the Lord your God shall bless you in all that you do.
All the firstling males that come of your herd and of your flock, you shall sanctify to the Lord your God. You shall do no work with the firstling of your bullock,
Nor share the firstling of your sheep.
You shall eat it before the Lord your God year by year, in the place which the Lord shall choose you and your household.
And if there be any blemish in his, if it be lame or blind, or have any ill blemish, you shall not sacrifice it to the Lord your God.
You shall eat it within your gates. The unclean and the clean person shall eat it alike, as the gazelle and as the deer.
Only you shall not eat the blood of it. You shall pour it upon the ground.
month of Abib, and keep the Passover to the Lord your God. For in the month of Abib the Lord your God brought you forth out of Egypt by night.
You shall therefore sacrifice the Passover to the Lord your God of the flock and the herd in the place which the Lord shall choose to place his name there.
You shall eat no leavened bread, with it 7 days shall you eat unleavened bread, therewith even the bread of affliction, for you came forth out of the land of Egypt in haste.
That you may remember the day when you came forth out of the land of Egypt, all the days of your life.
And there shall be no leavened bread seen with you in all your borders 7 days.
Neither shall there anything of the meat which you sacrifice the first day at evening remain all night until the morning.
You may not sacrifice the Passover within any of your gates, which the Lord your God gives you, but at the place which the Lord your God shall choose to place his name in there.
You shall sacrifice the Passover at evening at the going down of the sun, at the season that you came forth out of Egypt, and you shall roast and eat it in the place which the Lord your God shall choose.
And you shall turn in the morning and go to your tents.
6 days you shall eat unleavened bread.
And on the 7th day shall be a solemn assembly to the Lord your God.
You shall do no work therein.
7 weeks shall you number to yourself. Begin to number the 7 weeks from such time as you begin to put the sickle to the grain.
And you shall keep the Feast of Weeks to the Lord your God with a tribute of a free will offering of your hand, which you shall give to the Lord your God, according as the Lord your God has blessed you.
And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, you and your son and your daughter and your manservant and your maidservant and the Levite that is within your gates, and the stranger and the fatherless and the widow that are among you in the place which the Lord your God has chosen to place his name there. And you shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and you shall observe and do these statutes. You shall observe the Feast of Tabernacles 7 days after you have gathered in your grain and your wine.
And you shall rejoice in your feast, you and your son and your daughter and your manservant and your maidservant and the Levite, the stranger and the fatherless and the widow that are within your gates.
7 days shall you keep a solemn feast
To the Lord your God in the place which the Lord shall choose,
Because the Lord your God shall bless you in all your increase and in all the works of your hands. Therefore you shall surely rejoice. 3 times in a year shall all your males appear before the Lord your God in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread,
and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles, and they shall not appear before the Lord empty.
every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Lord your God which he has given you.
Judges and officers shall you make you in all your gates, which the Lord your God gives you throughout your trades, and they shall judge the people with just judgment.
You shall not wrest judgment, you shall not respect persons, neither take a gift, for a gift does blind the eyes of the wise and pervert the words of the righteous.
That which is altogether,
Shall you follow?
that you may live and inherit the land which the Lord your God gives you.
You shall not plant you a grove of any trees
Near to the altar of the Lord your God, which you shall make you.
Neither shall you set you up any image which
The Lord your God hates.
You shall not sacrifice to the Lord your God any bullock or sheep wherein is blemish, or any evil favoredness, for that is an abomination to the Lord your God. If there be found among you within any of your gates which the Lord your God gives you, man or woman that has wrought wickedness in the sight of the Lord your God, in transgressing his covenant,
And has gone and served other gods, and worshipped them, neither the sun nor moon,
or any of the host of heaven which I have not commanded.
And it be told you, and you have heard of it, and inquired diligently, and behold, it be true, and the thing certain that such abomination is
brought in Israel.
Then shall you bring forth that man or that woman which have committed that wicked thing to your gates,
Even that man or that woman, and shall stone them with stones till they die.
at the mouth of 2 witnesses, or 3 witnesses, shall he that is worthy of death be put to death, but at the mouth of 1 witness
he shall not be put to death.
The hands of the witnesses shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterward the hands of all the people. So you shall put the evil away from among you.
If there arise a matter too hard for you, in judgment between blood and blood, between
between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within your gates, then shall you arise and get you up into the place which the Lord your God shall choose.
And you shall come to the priests, the Levites, and to the judge that shall be in those days, and inquire, and they shall show you the sentence of judgment.
And you shall do according to the sentence which they of that place which the Lord shall choose shall show you, and you shall observe to do according to all that they inform you,
According to the sentence of the law which they shall teach you,
and according to the judgment which they shall tell you, you shall do, you shall not decline.
from the sentence which they shall show you, to the right hand nor to the left. And the man that will do presumptuously and will not listen to the priest that stands to minister
There before the Lord your God, or to the judge, even that man shall die.
and you shall put away the evil from Israel.
And all the people shall hear and fear, and do no more presumptuously.
When you are come to the land which the Lord your God gives you, and shall possess it, and shall dwell therein, and shall say, I will set a king over me like all the nations that are about me.
You shall in any wise set him king over you, whom the Lord your God shall choose. One from among your brothers shall you set king over you. You may not set a stranger over you, which is not your brother.
But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he should multiply horses for as much as the Lord has said to you.
You shall henceforth return no more that way.
Neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away.
Neither shall he
Greatly multiply to himself silver and gold.
And it shall be when he sits upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law in a book out of that which is before the priests, the Levites.
And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes to do them.
That his heart be not lifted up above his brothers, and that he turn not aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom. He and his children in the midst of Israel.
The Levites and all the tribe of Levi shall have no part nor inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the offerings of the Lord, made by fire, and his inheritance.
Therefore shall they have no inheritance among their brothers. The Lord is their inheritance, as he has said to them.
And this shall be the priest's due from the people, from them that offer a sacrifice, whether it be ox or sheep. And they shall give to the priest the shoulder and the 2 cheeks and the stomach, the first fruit also of your grain, of your wine, and of your oil, and the first of the fleece of your sheep shall you give him.
For the Lord your God has chosen him out of all your tribes to stand to minister in the name of the Lord, him and his sons forever.
And if a Levite come from any of your gates out of all Israel, where he sojourned, and come with all the desire of his mind to the place which the Lord shall choose,
Then he shall minister in the name of the Lord his God, as all his brothers the Levites do, which stand there before the Lord.
they shall have like portions to eat beside that which comes of the sale of his patrimony.
When you are coming to the land which the Lord your God gives you, you shall not learn to do after the abominations of those nations.
There shall not be found among you anyone that makes his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that uses divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter,
Or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer.
for all that do these things are an abomination to the Lord. And because of these abominations, the Lord your God does drive them out from before you.
You shall be perfect with the Lord your God.
For these nations which you shall possess listen to observers of times and to diviners. But as for you, the Lord your God has not suffered you so to do. The Lord your God will raise up to you a prophet from the midst of you, of your brothers, like to me. To him you shall listen.
According to all that you desired of the Lord your God in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying,
Let me not hear again the voice of the Lord
my God, neither let me see this great fire any more, that I die not.
And the Lord said to me, They have well spoken that which they have spoken.
I will raise them up a prophet from among their brothers like to you, and will put my words in his mouth.
And he shall speak to them all that I shall command him.
And it shall come to pass that whoever will not listen to my words,
Which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him.
of the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name,
Which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die. And if you say in your heart, How shall shall we know the word which the Lord has not spoken?
Speaks in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord has not spoken.
But the prophet has spoken it presumptuously.
You shall not be afraid of
When the Lord your God has cut off the nations, whose land the Lord your God gives you, and you succeed them and dwell in their cities and in their houses.
You shall separate 3 cities for yourself
In the midst of your land, which the Lord your God gives you to possess it.
You shall prepare a way and divide the coasts of your land, which the Lord your God gives you, to inherit it into 3 parts, that every slayer may flee there.
And this is the case of the slayer which shall flee there, that he may live.
Whoever kills his neighbor ignorantly, whom he hated not in time past.
As when a man goes into the wood with his neighbor to hew wood, and his hand fetches a stroke with the axe to cut down the tree,
And the head slips from the handle and lights upon his neighbor that he die. He shall flee into one of those cities and live.
so that the avenger of the blood pursue,
Not the slayer,
while his heart is hot and overtake him.
because the way is long and slay him.
Whereas he was not worthy of death, inasmuch as he hated him.
Not in time past.
Therefore I command you, saying,
You shall separate 3 cities for yourself.
And if the Lord your God enlarge your coast, as he has sworn to your fathers, and give you all the land which he promised to give to your fathers,
if you shall keep all these commandments to do them,
which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God,
And to walk ever in his ways, then shall you add 3 cities more for yourself besides these 3, that innocent blood be not shed in your land, which the Lord your God gives you for inheritance, and so blood be upon
But if any man hate his neighbor, and lie in wait for him, and rise up against him and strike him mortally that he die, and flee into one of these cities, then the elders of his city shall send and fetch him there, and deliver him into the hand of the avenger of blood, that he may die. Your eye shall not pity him, but you shall put away the guilt of innocent blood from Israel, that it may go well with you.
You shall not remove your neighbor's landmark, which they of old time have set in your inheritance, which you shall inherit in the land that the Lord your God gives you to possess it.
One witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity or for any sin, in any sin that he sins, at the mouth of two witnesses,
or at the mouth of three witnesses,
shall the matter be established.
If a false witness rise up against any man to testify against him that which is wrong,
then both the men between whom the controversy is shall stand before the Lord, before the priests, and the judge which shall be in those days.
And the judges shall make diligent inquisition, and behold, if the witness be a false witness, and has testified falsely against his brother,
then shall you do to him as he had thought to have done to his brother. So shall you put the evil away from among you.
and those which remain shall hear and fear, and shall henceforth commit no more any such evil among you.
and your eye shall not pity, but life shall go for life, for eye tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot.
When you go out to battle against your enemies, and see horses and chariots and a people more than you be, not afraid of them, for the Lord your God is with you, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt.
And it shall be when you are come near to the battle, that the priest shall approach and speak to the people,
And shall say to them, Hear, O Israel, you approach this day to battle against your enemies.
Let not your hearts faint, fear not, and do not tremble, neither be you terrified because of them.
For the Lord your God is he that goes with you, to fight for you against your enemies, to save you.
And the officers shall speak to the people, saying, What man is there that has built a new house and has not dedicated? Let him go and return to his house,
Lest he die in the battle, and another man dedicated.
And what man is he that has planted a vineyard and has not yet eaten of it?
let him also go and return
he die in the battle, and another man eat of it.
And what man is there that has betrothed a wife and has not taken her?
Let him go and return to his house,
Lest he die in the battle, and another man take her. And the officers shall speak further to the people, and they shall say, what man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted?
let him go and return to his house,
Lest his brother's heart faint as well as his heart.
And it shall be, when the officers have made an end of speaking to the people, that they shall make captains of the armies to lead the people. When you come near to a city to fight against it, then proclaim peace to it.
and it shall be, if it make you answer of peace and open to you, then it shall be that all the people that is found therein shall be tributaries to you, and they shall serve you.
And if it will make no peace with you, but will make war against you, then you shall besiege it.
And when the Lord your God has delivered it into your hands, you shall strike every male thereof with the edge of the sword.
But the women and the little ones,
And the cattle and all that is in the city,
even all the spoil thereof, shall you take to yourself, and you shall eat the spoil of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given you.
What shall you do to all the cities which are very far off from you, which are not of the cities of these nations,
But of the cities of these people, which the Lord your God gives you for an inheritance, you shall save alive nothing that breathes.
but you shall completely destroy them, namely the Hittites and the Amorites,
the Canaanites and the Perizzites, the Hivites and the Jebusites, as the Lord your God has commanded you.
That they teach you not to do after all their abominations which they have done to their gods, so should you sin against the Lord your God.
You shall besiege a city a long time, in making war against it to take it. You
Shall not destroy the trees thereof by forcing an axe against them, for you may eat of them, and you shall not cut them down, for the tree of the field is not a man, that it should be besieged by you. Only the trees which you know that they be not trees for meat, you shall destroy and cut them down, and you shall build bulwarks against the city that makes war with you, until it be subdued. in the land which the Lord your God gives you to possess it, lying in the field, and it be not known who has slain him, then your elders and your judges shall come forth, and they shall measure to the cities which are round about him that is slain.
And it shall be that the city which is next to the slain man, even the elders of that city, shall take a young cow which has not been wrought with, and which has not drawn in the yoke.
And the elders of that city shall bring down the cow to a rough valley,
which is neither eared nor sown, and shall strike off the cow's neck there in the valley. And the priests, the sons of Levi, shall come near, for them the Lord your God has chosen to minister to him, and to bless in the name of the Lord. And by their word shall every controversy and every stroke be tried.
all the elders of that city that are next to the slain man shall wash their hands over the cow that is beheaded in the valley.
And they shall answer and say, our hands have not shed this blood,
Neither have our eyes seen it.
Be merciful, O Lord, to your people Israel, whom you have redeemed.
And lay not innocent blood to your people Israel's charge.
And the blood shall be forgiven them. So shall you put away the guilt of innocent blood from among you, when you shall do that which is right in the sight of the Lord.
When you go forth to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God has delivered them into your hand.
And you have taken them captive.
And see among the captives a beautiful woman, and have a desire to her, that you would have her to be your wife.
Then you shall bring her home to your house, and she shall shave her head and pare her nails.
And she shall put the raiment of her captivity
From off her, and shall remain in your house, and bewail her father and her mother a full month. And after that you shall go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. And it shall be, if you have no delight in her, then you shall let her go where she will, but you shall not sell her at all for money. You shall not make merchandise of her, because you have humbled her. Have two wives, one beloved and another hated, and they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated. And if the firstborn son be hers that was hated,
Then it shall be, when he makes his sons to inherit that which he has, that he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn
before the son of the hated, which is indeed the firstborn.
But he shall acknowledge the son of the hated for the firstborn, by giving him a double portion of all that he has, for he is the beginning of his strength, the right of the firstborn is his.
If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and that when they have chastened him will not listen to them,
Then
shall stone him with stones that he die. So shall you put evil away from among you, and all Israel shall hear and fear. And if a man have committed a sin worthy of death,
and he be put to death, and you hang him on a tree,
his body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but you shall in any wise bury him that day. For he that is hanged is accursed of God, that your land be not defiled, which the Lord your God gives you for an inheritance. You shall not see your brother's ox or his sheep go astray and ignore them. You shall in any case bring them again to your brother.
and if your brother be not near to you, or if you know him not, then you shall bring it to your own house, and it shall be with you until your brother seek after it, and you shall restore it to him again.
In like manner shall you do with his donkey, and so shall you do with his clothing, and with all lost things of your brothers which he has lost, and you have found. You may not ignore them.
You shall not see your brother's donkey or his ox fall down by the way and ignore them. You shall surely help him to lift them up again.
The woman shall not wear that which pertains to a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's clothing, for all that do so
Are an abomination to the Lord your God.
If a bird's nest chance to be before you in the way, in any tree or on the ground, whether they be young ones or eggs,
And the mother bird sitting upon the young or upon the eggs, you shall not take the mother bird with the young.
but you shall in any wise let the mother bird go, and take the young to yourself, that it may be well with you, and that you may prolong your days.
when you build a new house, then you shall make a railing for your roof, that you bring not blood upon your house, if any man fall from there.
You shall not sow your vineyard with different seeds, lest the fruit of your seed which you have sown
And the fruit of your vineyard
be defiled.
You shall not plow with an ox and a donkey together.
Shall not wear a garment of different sorts, as of wool and a linen together.
You shall make tassels upon the four quarters of your clothing.
wherewith you cover
If any man take a wife and go into her and hate her, and give occasions of speech against her, and bring up an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid.
Then shall the father of the young woman and her mother take, and bring forth the tokens of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city in the gate.
And the young woman's father shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter to this man to wife, and he hates her.
And lo, he has given occasions of speech against her, saying, I found not your daughter a maid, and yet
These are the tokens of my daughter's virginity.
and they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city.
And the elders of that city
Shall take that man and chastise him,
And they shall find him in 100 shekels of silver, and give them to the father of the young woman, because he has brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel. And she shall be his wife, he may not put her away all his days. But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the young woman,
they shall bring down the young woman to the door of father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones, that she die, because she has wrought folly in Israel, to play the whore in her father's house.
so shall you put evil away from among you. If a man is found lying with a woman married to a husband, then they shall both of them die, both the man that lay with the woman and the woman. So shall you put away evil from Israel.
If a young woman that is a virgin is betrothed to a husband, and a man find her in the city and lie with her,
Then you shall bring them both out to the gate of that city, and you shall stone them with stones that they die. The young woman, because she cried, not being in the city, and the man, because he has humbled his neighbor's wife.
so you shall put away evil from among you.
But if a man find a betrothed young woman in the field, and the man force her,
And lie with her,
then the man only that lay with her shall die.
But to the young woman you shall do nothing.
there is in the young woman no sin worthy of death.
For as when a man rises against his neighbor and slays him, even so is this matter. For he found her in the field, and the betrothed young woman cried, and there was none to save her.
If a man find a young woman that is a virgin which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her,
Lie with her,
and they
That is wounded in the stones, or has his privy member cut off, shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to his 10th generation shall he not enter the congregation of the Lord.
An Ammonite or Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever, because they met you not with bread and with water in the way when you came forth out of Egypt, and because they hired against you
Balaam the son of Beor of Pethor of Mesopotamia to curse you.
Nevertheless, the Lord your God would not listen to Balaam.
But the Lord your God turned the curse into a blessing to you, because the Lord your God loved you.
You shall not seek their peace nor their prosperity all your days forever.
You shall not abhor an Edomite, for he is your brother. You shall not abhor an Egyptian,
Because you were a stranger in his land.
The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in their 3rd generation.
When the host goes forth against your enemies, then keep you from every wicked thing.
If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that chances him by night, then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp.
But it shall be when evening comes on, he shall wash himself with water, and when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again.
You shall have a place also without the camp, whither you shall go forth abroad.
And you shall have a paddle upon your weapon, and it shall be when you will ease yourself abroad, you shall dig therewith, and shall turn back and cover
That which comes from you. For the Lord your God walks in the midst of your camp to deliver you, and to give up your enemies before you.
Therefore shall your camp be holy, that he see no unclean thing in you. And
Turn away from you.
You shall not deliver to his master the servant which is escaped from his master to you. He shall dwell with you, even among you, in that place which he shall choose in one of your gates, where it likes him best. You shall not oppress him.
there shall be no ritual prostitute of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel.
You shall not bring the hire of a whore or the price of a dog into the house of the Lord your God for any vow, for even both shall not lend upon interest to your brother, interest of money,
interest of food, interest of anything that is lent upon interest.
to a stranger you may lend upon interest.
But to your brother you shall not lend upon interest, that the Lord your God may bless you in all that you set your hand to in the land where you go to possess it.
When you shall vow a vow to the Lord your God, you shall not delay to pay it, for the Lord your God will surely require it of you, and it would be sin in you.
But if you shall forbear to vow,
It shall be
no sin in you.
that which is gone out of your lips you shall keep and perform, even a free will offered according as you have vowed to the Lord your God.
Which you have promised with your mouth.
When you come into your neighbor's vineyard, then you may eat grapes your fill at your own pleasure, but you shall not put any in your vessel.
When you come into the standing grain of your neighbor, then you may pluck the ears with your hand, but you shall not move a sickle to your neighbor's standing grain.
When a man has taken a wife and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he has found some uncleanness in her, then let him write her a bill of divorcement and give it in her hand, and send her out of his house.
And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife.
And if the latter husband hate her, and write her a bill of divorcement and give it in her hand,
Or if the latter husband die which took her to be his wife,
her former husband, which sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife. After that she is defiled, for that is abomination before the Lord, and you shall not cause the land to sin, which the Lord your God gives you for an inheritance.
When a man has taken a new wife, he shall not go out to war, neither shall he be charged with any business, but he shall be free at home 1 year, and shall cheer up his wife which he has taken.
No man shall take the lower or the upper millstone to pledge, for he takes a man's life to pledge.
If a man be found stealing any of his brothers of the children of Israel,
and makes merchandise of him or sells him, then that thief shall die.
and you shall put
Evil away from among you.
Take heed in the plague of leprosy that you observe diligently, and do according to all that the priest the Levite shall teach you. As I commanded them, so you shall observe to do.
remember what the Lord your God did to Miriam by the way. After that you were come forth out of Egypt.
When you do lend your brother anything, you shall not go into his house to fetch his pledge.
You shall stand abroad, and the man to
pledge abroad to you. And if the man be poor, you shall not sleep with his pledge.
In any case, you shall deliver him the pledge again when the sun goes down, that he may sleep in his own clothing and bless you.
And it shall be righteousness to you before the Lord your God.
You shall not oppress a hired servant that is poor and needy, whether he be of your brothers or of your strangers that are in your land within your gates.
At his day you shall give him his hire, neither shall the sun go down upon it, for he is poor and sets his heart upon it, lest he cry against you to the Lord, and it be sin to you.
The father shall not be put to death for the children,
Neither shall the children be put to death.
for the fathers every man shall be put to death for his own sin.
You shall not pervert the judgment of the stranger, nor of the fatherless, nor take a widow's raiment to pledge.
But you shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you there. Therefore I command you to do this thing.
When you cut down your harvest in your field, and have forgotten a sheaf in the field, you shall not go
Again to fetch it, it shall be for the stranger,
for the fatherless and for the widow, that the Lord your God may bless you
in all the work of your hands.
When you beat your olive tree, you shall not go over the boughs again.
It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow.
When you gather the grapes of your vineyard, you shall not glean it afterward. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless,
And for the widow.
And you shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt. Therefore I command you to do this thing.
If there be a controversy between men, and they come to judgment, that the judges may judge them, then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. And it shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down, and to be beaten before his face, according to his fault, by a certain number.
40 stripes he may give him and not exceed, lest if he should exceed and beat him above these with many stripes, then your brother should seem disgrace to you.
You shall not muzzle the ox when he treads out the grain.
If brothers dwell together and one of them die,
And have no child, the wife of the dead shall not marry without to a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go into her
And take her to him to wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her.
take his brother's wife. Then let his brother's wife go up to the gate to the elders and say,
My husband's brother refuses to raise up to his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of my husband's brother.
Then the elders of his city shall call him
and speak to him,
and if he stand to it
and say, I like not to take her,
then shall his brother's wife come to him in the presence of the elders and loose his shoe from off his foot and spit in his face, and shall answer and say,
so shall it be done to that man that will not build up his brother's house, and his name shall be called in Israel, the house of him
that as his shoe. When men strive together one with another, and the wife of the one draws near to deliver her husband out of the hand of him that strikes him, and puts forth her hand and takes him by the secrets,
Then you shall cut off her hand. Your eye shall not pity her.
you shall not have in your bag different weights, a great and a small.
You shall not have in your house different measures, a great and a small.
But you shall have a perfect and just weight, a perfect and just measure shall you have, that your days may be lengthened in the land which the Lord your God gives you.
For all that do such things, and all that do unrighteously, are an abomination to the Lord your God.
Remember what Amalek did to you by the way when you were come forth out of Egypt.
How he met you by the way and struck the hindmost of you, even all that were feeble behind you. When you were faint and weary, and he feared not God.
Therefore it shall be, when the Lord your God has given you rest from all your enemies round about in the land which the Lord your God gives you for an inheritance to possess it, that you shall blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. You shall not forget it. And it shall be, when you are come into the land which the Lord your God gives you for an inheritance, and possess it, and dwell therein,
That you shall take of the first of all the fruit of the earth, which you shall bring of your land, that the Lord your God gives you, and shall put it in a basket,
And you shall go to the priest that shall be in those days, and say to him, I profess this day to the Lord your God that I am come to the country which the Lord swore to our fathers to give us.
And the priest shall take the basket out of your hand and set it down before the altar of the Lord your God.
And you shall speak and say before the Lord your God, a Syrian ready to perish was my father, and he went down into Egypt and sojourned there with a few, and became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous.
And the Egyptians treated us ill and afflicted us and laid upon us hard bondage.
And when we cried to the Lord God of our fathers, the Lord heard our voice and looked on our affliction and our labor and our oppression.
And the Lord brought us forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand and with an outstretched arm and with great terrible days and with wonders.
And he has brought us into this place and has given us this land, even a land that flows with milk and honey.
And now behold, I have brought the first fruits of the land which you, O Lord, have given me. And you shall set it before the Lord your God, and worship before the Lord your God.
And you shall rejoice in every good thing which the Lord your God has given to you and to your house, you and the Levite and the stranger
That is among you.
When you have made an end of tithing, all the tithes of your increase, the third year, which is the year of tithing, and have given it to the Levite, the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, that they may eat within your gates and be filled. Then you shall say before the Lord your God, I have brought away the hallowed things out of my house, and also have given them to the Levite and to the stranger, to the fatherless and to the widow, according to all your commandments which you have commanded me. I have not transgressed your commandments, neither have I forgotten them.
I have not eaten of it in my morning, neither have I taken away any of it for any unclean use, nor given any of it for the dead. But I have listened to the voice of the Lord my God, and have done according to all that you have commanded me.
Look down from your holy habitation from heaven and bless your people Israel, and the land which you have given us, as you swore to our fathers, a land that flows with milk and honey.
This day the Lord your God has commanded you to do these statutes and judgments. You shall therefore keep and do them with all your heart and with all your soul.
You have declared the Lord this day to be your God, and to walk in his ways, and to keep his statutes and his commandments and his judgments, and to listen to his voice.
should keep all his commandments and to
Make you high above all nations, which he has made in praise and in name and in honor, and that you may be a holy people to the Lord your God, as he has spoken.
With the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying, Keep all the commandments which I command you this day.
And it shall be on the day when you shall pass over Jordan to the land which the Lord your God gives you,
that you shall set up great stones and plaster them with plaster. And you shall write upon them all the words of this law when you are passed over, that you may go into the land which the Lord your God gives you, a land that flows with milk and honey, as the Lord God of your fathers has promised you.
therefore it shall be,
When you go over Jordan, that you shall set up these stones which I command you this day in Mount Ebal, and you shall plaster them with plaster.
And there shall you build an altar to the Lord your God, an altar of stones. You shall not lift up any iron tool upon them.
you shall build the altar of the Lord your God of whole stones, and you shall offer burnt offerings
there unto the Lord your God, and you shall offer peace offerings, and shall eat there and rejoice before the Lord your God.
And you shall write upon the stones all the words of this law very plainly.
And Moses and the priest the Levites spoke to all Israel, saying,
Take heed and listen.
Know Israel, this day you are become the people of the Lord your
God, you shall therefore obey the voice of the Lord your God, and do his commandments and his statutes, which I command you this day. And Moses charged the people the same day, saying,
Ye shall stand upon Mount Gerizim to bless the people. When you are come over Jordan, Simeon and Levi and Judah and Issachar and Joseph and Benjamin,
and these shall stand upon Mount Ebal to curse Reuben, Gad, and Asher, and Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali.
And the Levites shall speak and say to all the men of Israel with a loud voice,
Cursed be the man that makes any carved or poured image and abomination to the Lord, the work
Of the hands of the craftsman, and puts it in a secret place.
And all the people shall answer and say, Amen.
Cursed be he that sets light by his father or his mother. And all the people shall say, Amen.
Cursed be he that removes his neighbor's landmark.
And all the people shall say, Amen.
Cursed be he that makes the blind to wander out of the way.
And all the people shall say, Amen.
Cursed be he that perverts the judgment of the stranger, fatherless and widow.
And all the people shall say, Amen.
Cursed be he that lies with any manner of beast. And all the people shall say, Amen.
Cursed be he that lies with his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother. And all the people shall say, Amen.
Cursed be he that lies with his mother-in-law. And all the people shall say,
it shall come to pass, if you shall listen diligently to the voice of the Lord your God, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command you this day, that the Lord your God will set you on high above all nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come on you and overtake you, if you shall listen to the voice of the Lord your God.
Blessed shall you be in the city, and blessed shall you be in the field. Blessed shall be the children of your body, and the fruit of your ground, and the fruit of your cattle, the increase of your cows, and the flocks of your sheep.
Blessed shall be your basket and your kneading bowl.
Blessed shall you be when you come in,
Blessed shall you be when you come in.
and blessed shall you be when you go out.
The Lord shall cause your enemies that rise up against you to be struck before your face. They shall come out against you one way, and flee before you 7 ways.
The Lord shall command a blessing upon you in your storehouses and in all that you set your hand to. And he shall bless you in the land which the Lord your God gives you.
The Lord shall establish you a holy people to himself, as he has sworn to you, if you shall keep the commandments of the Lord your God and walk in his ways.
And all people of the earth shall see that you are called by the name of the Lord, and they shall be afraid of you.
And the Lord shall make you plenteous in goods, in the fruit of your body, and in the fruit of your cattle, and in the fruit
Of your ground in the land which the Lord swore to your fathers to give you.
The Lord shall open to you his good treasure, the heaven to give the rain to your land in his season, and to bless all the work of your hand. And you shall lend to many nations, and you shall not borrow.
And the Lord shall make you the head and not the tail, and you shall be above only, and you shall not be beneath. If that you listen to the Lord your God, which I command you this day to observe and to do them.
And you shall not go aside from any of the words which I command you this day, to the right hand or to the left, to go after other gods to serve them.
But it shall come to pass, if you will not listen to the voice of the Lord your God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command you this day,
That all these curses shall come upon you and overtake you.
Cursed shall you be in the city, and cursed shall you be in the field.
Cursed shall be your basket and your kneading bowl.
Cursed shall be the fruit of your body and the fruit of your land, the increase of your cows and the flocks of your sheep. Cursed shall you be when you come in, and cursed shall you be when you go out.
The Lord shall send upon you cursing, vexation, and rebuke in all that you set your hand to, for to do until you be destroyed.
And until you perish quickly because of the wickedness of your doings, whereby you have forsaken me.
The Lord shall make the pestilence cleave to you until he have consumed you from off the land where you go to possess it.
The Lord shall strike you
heaven that is over your head shall be brass, and the earth that is under you shall be iron.
The Lord shall make the rain of your land powder and dust. From heaven shall it come down upon you until you be destroyed.
The Lord shall cause you to be struck before your enemies. You shall go out one way against them and flee 7 ways before them, and shall be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth.
The carcass shall be meat to all fowls of the air, and to the beasts of the earth, and no man shall fray them away.
The Lord will strike you with the botch of Egypt and the emeralds, and with the scab and with the itch whereof you cannot be healed.
The Lord shall strike you with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart.
And you shall grope at noonday as the blind gropes in darkness, and you shall not prosper in your ways, and you shall be only oppressed and spoiled evermore.
And no man shall save you.
You shall betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. You shall build a house, and you shall not dwell therein. You shall plant a vineyard, and shall not gather the grapes thereof.
Your ox shall be slain before your eyes, and you shall not eat thereof. Your donkey shall be violently taken away from before your face,
And shall not be restored to you,
your sheep shall be given to your enemies.
and you shall have none to rescue them.
Your sons and your daughters shall be given to another people, and your eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long. And there shall be no might in your hand.
The fruit of your land and all your labor shall a nation,
To which you know not eat up.
and you shall be only oppressed and crushed always, so that you shall be mad for the sight of your eyes, but you shall see.
The Lord shall strike you in the knees and in the legs with a sore botch that cannot be healed, from the sole of your foot
To the crown of your head. The Lord shall bring you and your king, which you shall set over you, to a nation which neither you nor your fathers have known. And there shall you serve other gods, wood and stone.
And you shall become an astonishment, a proverb and a byword among all nations, where the Lord shall lead you.
You shall carry much seed out into the field, and shall gather but little in, for the locust shall consume it.
You shall plant vineyards and dress them,
But shall neither drink of the wine nor gather the grapes, for the worms shall eat them. You shall have olive trees throughout all your coasts, but you shall not anoint yourself with the oil, for your olive shall cast his fruit.
you shall beget sons and daughters.
But you shall not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity. All your trees and fruit of your land shall the locust consume.
The stranger that is within you shall get up above you very high, and you shall come down very low. He shall lend to you, and you shall
shall be the tail.
Moreover, all these curses
Shall come upon you and shall pursue you and overtake you until you be destroyed, because you
listen not to the voice of the Lord your God, to keep his commandments
and his statutes which he commanded you.
And they shall be upon you for a sign and for a wonder, and upon your seed forever.
Because you served not the Lord your God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things. Therefore you shall serve your enemies, which the Lord shall send against you, in hunger and in thirst, and in nakedness and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon your neck until he has destroyed you. The Lord shall bring a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flies, a nation whose tongue you shall not understand, a nation of fierce countenance which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young. And he shall eat the fruit of your cattle
And the fruit of your land until you be destroyed, which also shall not leave you either grain, wine, or oil, or the increase of your cows, or flocks of your sheep, until he has destroyed you.
And he shall besiege you in all your gates, until your high and fenced walls come down, wherein you trusted throughout all your land. And he shall besiege you in all your gates throughout all your land, which the Lord your God has given you.
And you shall eat the fruit of your own body, the flesh of your sons and of your daughters, which the Lord your God has given you in the siege.
And in distress, wherewith your enemies shall distress you.
So that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children, which he shall leave.
so that he will not give to any of them of the flesh of his children whom he shall eat, because he has nothing left him in the siege and in the distress, wherewith your enemies shall distress you in all your gates.
The tender and delicate woman among you, which would not venture to set the sole of her foot upon the ground, for delicateness and tenderness her eye eye shall be evil toward the husband of her bosom, and toward her son,
and toward her daughter,
and toward her young one that comes out from between her feet, and toward her children which she shall bear. For she shall eat them for want of all things,
secretly in the siege and distress,
wherewith your enemy shall distress you.
in your
If you will not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, that you may fear this glorious and fearful name, the Lord your God.
The Lord will make your plagues wonderful, and the plagues of your seed, even great plagues and of long continuance and sore sickness and
Moreover, he will bring upon you all the diseases of Egypt which you were afraid of, and they shall cleave to you.
also every sickness and every plague which is not written in the book of this law, then will the Lord bring upon you until you be destroyed.
And you shall be left few in number, whereas you were as the stars of heaven for multitude, because you would not obey the voice of the Lord your God.
And it shall come to pass that as the Lord rejoiced over you to do you good and to multiply you, so the Lord will rejoice over you to destroy you,
and to bring you to nothing, and you shall be plucked from off the land where you go to possess it.
And the Lord shall scatter you among all people from the one end of the earth even to the other, and there you shall serve other gods which neither you nor your fathers have known, even wood
And stone,
and among these nations shall you find no ease, neither shall the sole of your foot have rest.
but the Lord shall give you there a trembling heart and failing of eyes and sorrow of mind.
and your life shall hang in doubt before you, and you shall fear day and night, and shall have none assurance of your life.
In the morning you shall say, would God it were even. And at even you shall say, would God it were morning. For the fear of your heart with which you shall fear, and for the sight of your eyes which you shall see.
And the Lord shall bring you into Egypt again with ships by the way, whereof I spoke to you.
You shall see it no more again, and there you shall be sold to your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and
No man shall buy you.
These are the words of the covenant which the Lord commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab, besides the covenant which he made with them in Horeb.
And Moses called to all Israel and said to them, "You have seen all that the Lord did before your eyes in the land of Egypt, to Pharaoh and to all his servants, and to all his land.
The great temptations which your eyes have seen, the signs and those great miracles.
Yet the Lord has not given you a heart to perceive, and eyes to see, and ears to hear, to this day.
And I have led you 40 years in the wilderness,
Your clothes are not waxen old upon you.
and your shoe is not waxen old upon your foot.
You have not eaten bread, neither have you drunk wine or strong drink, that you might know that I am the Lord your God.
And when you came to this place, Sihon, the king of Heshbon,
And though the king of Bashan came out against us to battle, and we struck them,
And we took their land and gave it for an inheritance to the Reubenites and to the Gadites and to the half-tribe of Manasseh.
Keep therefore the words of this covenant, and do them, that you may prosper in all that you do.
you stand this day, all of you, before the Lord your God, your captains of your tribes, your elders and your officers, with all the men of Israel.
your little ones, your wives, and your stranger that is in your camp, from the hewer of your wood to the drawer of your water.
That you should enter into covenant with the Lord your God, and into his oath which the Lord your God makes with you this day, that he may establish you today for a people to himself,
And that he may be to you a God as he has said to you, and as he has sworn to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob.
Neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath, but with him that stands here with us this day before the Lord our God, and also with him that is not here with us this day.
for you know how we have dwelt in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the nations which you passed by.
And you have seen their abominations, and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which were among them.
Lest there should be among you man or woman or family or tribe whose heart turns away this day from the Lord our God to go and serve the gods of these nations, lest there should be among you a root that bears gall and wormwood.
And it come to pass, when he hears the words of this curse, that he bless himself in his heart.
Saying, I shall not be stolen, hidden as
Then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him, and the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven.
And the Lord shall separate him to evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant in this book of the law.
So that the generation to come of your children that shall rise up after you, and the stranger that shall come from a far land shall say, when they see the plagues of that land and the sicknesses which the Lord has laid upon it,
And that the whole land thereof is brimstone and salt and burning, that it is not sown, nor bears, nor any grass grows therein, like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim, which the Lord overthrew in his anger and in his wrath.
even all nations shall say, why has the Lord done thus to this land? What means the heat of this great anger?
Men shall say,
Because they have forsaken the covenant of the Lord God of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Egypt.
For they went and served other gods, and worshipped them, gods whom they knew not, and whom he had not given to them.
And the anger of the Lord was kindled against this land, to bring upon it all the curses that are written in this book. And the Lord rooted them out of their land in anger and in wrath and in great indignation, and cast them into another land, as it is this day.
The secret things belong to the Lord our God, but those things which are revealed belong to us and to our children forever, we may do.
All the words of this law. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon you, the blessing and the curse which I have set before you, and you shall call them to mind among all the nations where the Lord your God has driven you.
And shall return to the Lord your God, and shall obey his voice, according to all that I command you this day, you and your children, with all your heart and with all your soul.
Then the Lord your God will turn your captivity and have compassion upon you, and will return and gather you from all the nations where the Lord your God has scattered you. If any of you be driven out to the outmost parts of heaven,
From there will the Lord your God gather you, and from there will he fetch you.
And the Lord your God will bring you into the land which your fathers possessed, and you shall possess it. And he will do you good and multiply you above your fathers,
And the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants to love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, that you may live.
And the Lord your God will put all these curses upon your enemies and on them that hate you, which persecuted you.
And you shall return and obey the voice of the Lord and do all his commandments which I command you this day. And the Lord your God will make you abundant in every work of your hand, in the fruit of your body and in the fruit of your cattle and in the fruit of your land for good.
For the Lord will again rejoice over you,
For good as he rejoiced over your fathers.
For this commandment which I command you this day, it is not hidden from you, neither is it far off. It is not in heaven, that you should say, who shall go up for us to heaven and bring it to us, that we may hear it and do it. Neither is it beyond the sea, that you should say, who shall go over the sea for us and bring it to us, that we may hear it and do it. But the word is very near to you, in your mouth and in your heart, that you may do it.
See, I have set before you this day life and good and death and evil.
In that I command you this day to love the Lord your God, to walk in his ways,
And to keep his commandments
and his statutes and his judgments, that you may live and multiply. And the Lord your God shall bless you in the land where you go to possess it.
But if your heart turn away, so that you will not hear, but shall be drawn away and worship other gods and serve them.
Oh, I denounce to you this day that you shall surely perish, and that you shall not prolong your days upon the land where you pass over Jordan to go to possess it.
I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both you and your descendants may live.
That you may love the Lord your God, and that you may obey his voice, and that you may cling to him,
He is your life,
and the length of your days, that you may dwell in the land which the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them.
And Moses
went and spoke these words to all Israel.
And he said to them, I am 120 years old this day. I can no longer go out and come in. Also the Lord has said to me,
You shall not go over this Jordan. The Lord your God, He will go over before you, and He will destroy these nations from before you. And you shall possess them, and Joshua, he shall go over before you as the Lord has said.
and the Lord shall do to them as he did to Sihon and to all kings of the Amorites, and to the land of them whom he destroyed.
And the Lord shall give them up before your face, that you may do to them according to all the commandments which I have commanded you.
Be strong and of a good courage, fear not, nor be afraid of them. For the Lord your God, He it is that does go with you. He will not fail you nor forsake you.
And Moses called to Joshua and said to him in the sight of all Israel,
Be strong and of a good courage, for you must go with this people to the land which the Lord has sworn to their fathers to give them. And you shall cause them to inherit it.
And the Lord, He it is that does go before you. He will be with you. He will not fail you nor forsake you. Fear not, neither be dismayed.
And Moses wrote this law, entered it to the priests, the sons of Levi, which bore the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and to all the elders of Israel.
And Moses commanded them, saying, at the end of every 7 years, in the solemnity of the year of release, in the feast of tabernacles,
When all Israel is come to appear before the Lord your God in the place which he shall choose, you shall read this law before all Israel in their hearing.
gather the people together, men and women and children, that is within your gates, that they may hear, and that they may learn and fear the Lord your God,
And observe to do all the words of this law.
and that their children, which have not known anything, may hear and learn to fear the Lord your God, as long as you live in the land where you go over Jordan to possess it.
And the Lord said to Moses, Behold, your days approach, that you must die. Call Joshua, and present yourselves in the tabernacle of the congregation, that I may give him a charge. And Moses and Joshua went and presented themselves in the tabernacle of the congregation.
And the Lord appeared in the tabernacle in a pillar of a cloud, and the pillar of the cloud stood over the door of the tabernacle.
And the Lord said to Moses, Behold, you shall sleep with your fathers, and this people will rise up and go unfaithfully after the gods of the strangers of the land where they go to be among them, and will forsake me and break my covenant, which I have made with them.
Then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured, and many evils and troubles shall befall them.
And so that they will say in that day, Are not these evils come upon us, because our God is not among us?
And I will surely hide my face in that day for all the evils which they shall have wrought, in that they are turned to other gods.
Now therefore write you this song for you, and teach it
against the children of Israel.
For when I shall have brought them into the land which I swore to their fathers, that flows with milk and honey, and they shall have eaten and filled themselves and grown fat, then will they turn to other gods and serve them and provoke me,
And break my covenant.
and it shall come to pass when many evils and troubles are befallen them, that this song shall testify against them as a witness, for it shall not be forgotten out of the mouths of their descendants.
For I know their imagination which they go about.
Even now before I have brought them into the land which I swore.
Moses therefore wrote this song the same day and taught it the children of Israel.
And gave to Joshua the son of Nun a charge and said, Be strong and of a good courage, for you shall bring the children of Israel into the land which I swore to them, and I will be with you.
And it came to pass when Moses had made an end of writing the words of this law in a book, until they were finished, that Moses commanded the Levites which bore the ark of the covenant of the Lord, saying,
Take this book of the law and put it in the side of the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, that it may be there for a witness against you.
For I know your rebellion and your stiff neck. Behold, while I'm yet alive with you this day, you have been rebellious against the Lord, and how much more after my death?
Gather to me all the elders of your tribes and your officers, that I may speak these words in their ears, and call heaven and earth to recur against them.
For I know that after my death you will utterly corrupt yourselves and turn aside from the way which I have commanded you, and evil will befall you in the latter days, because you will do evil in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger through the work of your hands. And Moses spoke in the ears of all the congregation of Israel the words of the song until they were ended. Give ear, O you heavens, and I will speak, and hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. My doctrine shall drop as the rain, my speech shall fall as the dew, as the gentle rain upon the young grass, and as the showers upon the earth. Because I will proclaim the name of the Lord, give you greatness to our God.
He is the rock, his work is perfect, for all his ways are justice, a God of truth, and without deceit, righteous and upright is he.
They have corrupted themselves, their spot is not the spot of his children.
They are a perverse and crooked generation.
Do you thus repay the Lord, O foolish people?
And unwise is not he, your father that has bought you. Has he not made you and established you?
Remember the days of old, consider the years of many generations. Ask your father, and he will show you your elders, and they will tell you.
When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel.
For the Lord's portion is his people, Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. He found him in a desert land, and in the waste howling wilderness he led him about. He instructed him, he guarded him as the apple of his eye.
As an eagle stirs up her nest, flutters over her young spreads abroad her wings.
So the Lord alone did lead him, and there was no strange God with him.
He made him ride on the high places of the earth, that he might eat the increase of the fields. And he made him to suck honey out of the rock, and oil out of the flinty rock.
Butter of cows and milk of sheep, with fat of lambs and rams, of the breed of Bashan, and goats with the fat of kidneys of wheat. And you did drink the pure blood of the grape.
Grew fat and kicked, you have grown fat. You are thick, you are covered with fatness. Then he forsook God, which made him, and lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation.
They provoked him to jealousy with strange gods, with abominations. They provoked him to anger. They sacrificed to devils, not to God, to gods whom they knew not, to new gods that came newly up, whom your fathers feared not.
Of the rock that fathered you.
You are unmindful and have forgotten God that formed you.
And when the Lord saw it, he abhorred them, because of the provoking of his sons and of his daughters.
And he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be for.
They are a very perverse generation, children in whom is no faith.
They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God.
They have provoked me.
They have provoked me to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation.
For a fire is kindled in my anger, and shall burn to the lowest Sheol, and shall consume
The earth with her increase, and set on fire the foundations of the
I will
mountains.
heap mischiefs upon them. I will spend my arrows upon them.
They shall be burnt with hunger and devoured
with burning heat.
and with bitter destruction.
I will also send the teeth of beasts upon them, with the poison of serpents of the dust.
The sword without and terror within shall destroy both the young man and the virgin, the suckling also with the man of gray hair.
I said I would scatter them into corners. I would make the remembrance of them to cease from among men.
Were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy,
Lest their adversaries should behave themselves strangely, and lest they should say, our hand is high and the Lord has not done all this.
for they are a nation void of counsel.
Neither is there any understanding in them.
That they were awesome.
Oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their latter
How should one chase 1,000 and two put 10,000 to flight, except their rocket sold them and the Lord had shut them up.
For the rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges. For their vine is of the vine of Sodom, and of the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of gall, their clusters are bitter.
Their wine is the poison of dragons, and the cruel venom of vipers.
Is not this laid up in store with me, and sealed up among my treasures?
To me belongs vengeance and recompense, their foot shall slide in due time, for the day of their calamity is at hand, and the things that shall come upon them make haste.
For the Lord shall judge his people and repent himself for his servants, when he sees that their power is gone and there is none shut up or left.
And he shall say,
Where are their gods, their rock in whom they trusted?
which did eat the fat of their sacrifices, and drank the wine of their drink offerings? Let them rise up
and help you,
And be your protection. See now that even I am he, and there is no God with me. I kill and I make alive, I wound and I heal.
neither is there any that can deliver
Out of my hand, for I lift up my hand to heaven and say I live forever.
If I sharpen my glittering sword and my hand take hold on judgment, I will render vengeance to my enemies and will reward them that hate me.
I will make my arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour
Flesh, and that with the blood of the slain and of the captives, from the beginning of revenge upon the enemy.
Rejoice, O you nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants,
And will render vengeance to his adversaries, and will be merciful to his land and to his people.
And Moses came and spoke all the words of this song in the ear.
He and Joshua the son of Nun.
And Moses made an end of speaking all these words to all Israel.
And he said to them,
Set your hearts to all the words which I testify among you this day, which you shall command your children to observe, to do all the words of this law.
For it is not a vain thing for you, because it is your life, and through this thing
You shall prolong your days in the land where you go over Jordan to possess it.
And the Lord spoke to Moses that same day, saying,
Go up into this mountain of Barim to Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab, that is opposite Jericho, and behold the land of Canaan, which I give to the children of Israel for a
Possession. And die in the mount where you go up, and be gathered to your people as Aaron your brother
died in Mount Hor,
and was gathered to his people.
because you trespassed against me among the children of Israel at the waters of Meribah Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin.
Because you sanctified me not in the midst of the children of Israel.
Yet you shall see the land before you, yet you shall not go there
Into the land which I give the children of Israel.
And this is the blessing wherewith Moses, the man of God, blessed the children of Israel before his death.
And he said, the Lord came from Sinai and rose up from Seir to them. He shined forth from Mount Paran, and he came with 10,000s of holy ones from his right hand, went a fiery law for them.
Yes, he loved the people, all his holy ones are in your hand. And they sat down at your feet, everyone shall receive of your word.
Moses commanded us a law, even the inheritance of the congregation of Jacob.
And he was king in Jeshurun when the heads of the people and the tribes of Israel were gathered together. Let Reuben live and not die, and let not his men be few.
And this is the blessing of Judah.
And he said, hear, Lord, the voice of Judah.
And bring him to his people, let his hands be sufficient for him.
And be you a help to him from his enemies.
And of Levi he said, let your Thummim and your Urim be with your Holy One, whom you did prove at Massah, and with whom you did strive at the waters of Meribah.
He said to his father and to his mother, I have not seen him, neither did he acknowledge his brothers, nor knew his own children, for they have observed your word and kept your covenant.
They shall teach Jacob your judgments and Israel your law. They shall put incense before you and whole burnt sacrifice upon your altar.
Bless, Lord, his substance and accept the work of his hands. Strike through the loins of them that rise against him, and of them that hate him, that they rise not again.
And of Benjamin he said, the beloved of the Lord shall dwell in safety by him. And the Lord shall cover him all the day long, and he shall dwell between his shoulders.
And of Joseph he said, blessed of the Lord be his land, for the precious things of heaven, for the dew, and for the deep that couches beneath,
And for the precious fruits brought forth by the sun, and for the precious things put forth by the moon, and for the chief things of the ancient mountains, and for the precious things of the lasting hills,
and for the precious things of the earth and fullness thereof,
for the goodwill of deep that couches beneath.
And for the goodwill of him that dwelt in the bush.
Let the blessing come upon the head of Joseph, and upon the top of the head of him that was separated from his brothers.
his glory is like the firstborn of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of wild oxen. With them he shall push the people together to the ends of the earth.
And they are the 10,000s of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh.
of Zebulun he said, Rejoice, Zebulun, in your going out, and Issachar in your tents.
They shall call the people to the mountain, there they shall offer sacrifices of righteousness, for they shall suck of the abundance of the seas and of treasures hid in the sand.
And of Gad he said, Blessed be he that enlarges Gad. He dwells as a lioness and tears the arm with the crown of the head.
And he provided the first part for himself, because therein a portion of the lawgiver was he seated, and he came with the heads of the people. He executed the justice of the Lord and his judgments with Israel.
And of Dan he said, Dan is a lion's cub, he shall leap from Bashan.
And of Naphtali he said, O Naphtali, satisfied with
Favor and full with the blessing of the Lord, possess you the west and the south.
And of Asher he said, Let Asher be blessed with children, let him be acceptable to his brothers, and let him dip his foot in oil.
Your bar shall be iron and brass, and as your days so shall your strength be. There is none like to the God of Jeshurun.
Rise upon the heaven in your heaven.
And in his excellency on the sky, the eternal God is your refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms, and he shall thrust out the enemy from before you.
And shall say, Destroy them. Israel then shall dwell in safety alone.
The fountain of Jacob shall be upon a land of grain.
And wine also his heaven shall drop down dew.
Happy are you, O Israel, who is like to you, O people saved by the Lord, the shield of your help, and who is the sword of your excellency. And your enemies shall be found liars to you, and you shall tread upon their high places.
And Moses went up from the plains of Moab to the mountain of Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, that is opposite Jericho. And the Lord showed him all the land of Gilead to Dan, and all Naphtali, and the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, and all the land of Judah, to the utmost sea.
And the south and the plain of the valley of Jericho, the city of palm trees to Zor.
And the Lord said to him, This is the land which I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying, I will give it to your descendants. I have caused you to see it with your eyes, but you shall not go over there.
So Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in the land of Moab, according to the word of the Lord.
And he buried him in a valley in the land of Moab, opposite Beth Peor, but no man knows of his grave to this day.
And Moses was 120 years old when he died. His eye was not dim, nor his natural force abated.
And the children of Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days, so the days of weeping and mourning for Moses were ended.
And Joshua the son of Nun was full of the spirit of wisdom, for Moses had laid his hands upon him, and the children of Israel listened to him, and did as the Lord commanded Moses. And there arose not a prophet since in Israel like to Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face.
In all the signs and the wonders which the Lord sent him to do in the land of Egypt, to Pharaoh and to all his servants and to